Yeah, everyone can hear me? Perfect. So let's start with SPY here this morning. So SPY, it's going to be kind of a choppy day, expecting a little bit of indecision until FOMC comes out. Don't expect much action here. Bullish case starts above 418.30. Bearish case starts under 416 area. We're at 417.75 or so this morning, and we need to see these levels kind of established before they do anything. FOMC generally leads to a little bit of indecision, and that comes out at 2 p.m. So I'm not really interested in chasing any setups until we kind of get this headline to clear. So we're going to probably just be watching this, and if something beautiful comes up with some great volume, maybe we'll chase it. But I'm not super interested in just kind of going a little bit loose here. QQQ is sort of the next thing we're going to talk about here quickly. We're getting that bull flag still that's been setting up for a couple days, but starting to feel like we're just not going to get any follow through here. So I'm definitely more biased to the downside, especially with Apple, Tesla, and Microsoft all showing a little bit of weakness. So QQQ, we want to see 339 area break. If that does, we've got room towards 337. And then I'm hopeful that we're going to get a little bit of confirmation and some volume follow through. If you can see on my screen, let's see if I can make this better. There's a white line here. That's my moving average. I want to see volume get above this moving average here. So this area. And we're trying to see, we need to see volume kind of step in big time. Otherwise, we're not going to get any conviction on any moves. All right, Apple reporting after the bell today. So probably much like SPY, it's just going to be kind of choppy and maybe a little bit stuck until we get the news. It's going to need a pretty impressive earnings report today to pump after the close. So the bias is definitely towards the downside. I don't expect much action here. We've been in a pretty tight range last couple of days. So bullish above 136, bearish under 133.50 or so. Tesla's getting to be sort of my favorite setup of the day. We've been stuck in a bit of a choppy range, sort of bouncing around that 720 to 780, 760 area. So today I want to see 690. This is sort of the key pivot I'm watching. If 790 breaks, then we've got a lot of room down towards 670 plus. Tesla had kind of deceptive earnings on Monday where a lot of their profits kind of came from their Bitcoin speculation. So that's why we've had that negative reaction here. I'm expecting that to kind of show maybe a little bit more weakness. And if we get a bounce off of 690, then we can get a potential reversal and fill this gap towards 705. But that's not going to be my bias here this morning. I just don't think it's a big enough move to really worth the chase. Above 705, maybe we'll get a bit of action towards 720. There'll be setups there potentially, but we're going to need to wait for a confirmation and reversal signals there. But Tesla is the top of my watch list today. It's definitely what I want to be trading. And then Microsoft, last setup of the day here. So it had good, not great earnings, and we need to see everything kind of establish itself, at all-time highs or pushing new all-time highs every day. I think it's just kind of been out of momentum for a while here, and we're not going to get much follow through to the upside. So 255 is sort of the key pivot I'm watching here. Under 255 goes to 252 without much resistance. So we're going to wait for confirmation patterns and then go down to the, see if we can find any puts towards that level. If we get a bounce, we maybe have room towards 259, 258, but I'd like to see sort of which way volume pushes us first thing this morning. In no rush to trade any of these setups. Anyone have any questions? All right, so market opens back up, or opens up in about 20 minutes or so. If you have any chart requests or any questions, put them in the chat and we can go over them live here this morning. Not much to do until until 9:30 happens, and we'll start talking through things. Yeah, so my default time frame is the 30-minute. Generally, that's what I find to be the most reliable. If I'm looking for a little bit of clues, I will switch to the 5-minute time frame, especially if I want to see how consistent the candles have moved. So I don't want to see like a super late push in the 30-minute candle, or you know, a late sell-off. So the 5-minute time frame can give me a little bit of clues there, but generally the 30 and 5 are what works best for me. And then I do all my analysis on the daily time frames. Yeah, let me take a look at AMD for you. One moment. Okay, so AMD, we kind of have a little bit of chop here until this kind of area holds. So 88.30 to 89, that looks like a pretty decent area. I personally wouldn't be really interested in any longs until we can kind of recover and hold 89. Then you've got room to 90, maybe 90.50. So this third line here. But you want to see this kind of area, this 89 level, get tested and hold, and then once it tests, then you have room to go. Don't just chase this first break up, because it's gonna kill you. There's a lot of like selling pressure in tech at the moment, so you're gonna need kind of an extra level of confirmation. So what does that mean? You want to see 89 break with some volume, and then you want to see a low volume sell off where you don't get like where the buyers kind of are shown that they're weak, and we're kind of told that, hey, they don't have very much momentum, and then the buyers take over their levels, and then you'll have your confirmation that you can kind of get the rally continuation. Let's take a look. So, I mean, BlackBerry is one of those meme stocks, or like pseudo meme stocks. So I'm not a huge fan of these. It's just really easy for like some board trader at a fund to just basically crush any move here really easily. And if you can see at the bottom here, volume is very thin. Not been much traded in this consolidation, and that sort of scares me a little bit, that you can't really expect much follow through. You need to see, yeah, 10 hold, maybe 9.74 to $10 hold for a push forward. But in this like 9.30, 9.40 range, it just doesn't have very much juice for me there. So what I mean by board trader, basically, like if I was working at a fund and I had nothing better to do, I'd be on Reddit or Twitter, and I'd be looking at what kind of shitty small caps people are trading, and I could basically put in a huge position and just crush a bunch of stop losses and just make like a quick buck. So especially with this like super low volume that we've had, it basically means that that won't take very much for that to happen, essentially. So it just opens the door for too many quick reversals where you don't have any volume backing your move, essentially. Does that make sense, Rusty? Okay, perfect. FYI, the stream is on about a 5 to 10 second delay. There's nothing I can do about that, unfortunately. But just, something to keep in mind if you plan on following any trades or anything along those lines. It's been a really quiet week so far, so I'm not sure how much action we're actually going to get today, but Tesla and Microsoft are certainly setting up to be very nice plays. Yeah, I mean, look, volume's been so low, George. So, I mean, I got a few of my buddies that I've been talking to, and they're basically just pulling their hair out, waiting for something to happen. All the algos are turned off. There's not really anything going on. So, we've just been waiting on so many headlines to clear this week, and April has just been kind of a slap in the face, to be honest. So it just doesn't take much for someone to be like, all right, like I want some action today, and they'll screw it up. I mean, the fund I used to work at, we did 40 mil a position. You stick 40 mil into BlackBerry, you're gonna absolutely crush it. Peloton sounds great, Rusty. I'm jealous. So where's everyone finding me from? Did you guys get me from Twitter or from Reddit? Or just find me on YouTube. It's the first time I'm streaming live on YouTube today for everyone. Nice. All right. We got 1-1. That's perfect. Is there anything like you guys have been struggling with so far as traders? Like, what are your sort of goals? Like, what do you want to learn from this? Yeah. So I only trade like my five tickers essentially, and yeah, I am profitable. I've been trading for almost 8 years now, and going up on 2 years solo. I only focus on a few names, simply because it's easier to kind of build your gut and like understand how they're going to move. Yeah, Tesla is definitely the best setup so far. I don't want to chase any moves here. Like there just hasn't been any justification to do that. Volume has been so thin, and there's just a lot of head fakes and just a lot of stops getting crushed that it doesn't make sense to just trade nonstop. I mean, cash is a position as well, and I'm happy to be very patient here with my entries. It's like your biggest advantage as a small account trader is your patience and your ability to get in and out of trades whenever you like. So try to really take advantage of that. So George, what have you been doing so far as your like take profit? Generally, I use a trailing stop. Are you familiar with that technique? Yeah, exactly. I won't force any trades. Not really my style. I'm happy to be very patient. There's always gonna be another setup, and the conditions are always going to get better. Like this has been some of the choppiest and most frustrating trading conditions I've seen in a very very long time. So I'm in no rush to anticipate that that's going to just change all of a sudden. I want to see a little bit of evidence that it's good. But if hey volume is good on Tesla and the setup is there, I'm happy to trade it. How'd you take your take profits before, George? Was it like at resistance levels? Was it when you kind of felt happy? What was your sort of thought process there? Yeah, hey Cody. So I'm looking at probably Tesla puts under 690 towards 670. Gonna need a little bit of confirmation here that this is actually the move. Um, but that 690 has been a pretty decent level. I'm not gonna just chase that level break. I'm gonna wait for that level to break and then get confirmation that buyers aren't able to get control there. So we'll go over that sort of as it happens. I usually always play the weekly strikes for options, so they will be, expiry on Friday. But you do whatever you like. If you're uncomfortable with the volatility of options, I recommend starting out, 1 or 2 months out. And you might play a slightly higher premium, but you're not going to get crushed as quickly. It's all about kind of slowly building your confidence onto things. You don't need to rush into trading daily options or anything along those lines. Build your confidence in your strategy, and then it'll be much easier to scale up. I don't encourage YOLOing or lottos here. That's not how we work. It's about building sustainable habits. DTE, I'm not sure what that is. Yeah. So I mean, that's what with the longer strikes, uh, you're going to need a slightly bigger move, right? But if it does stay sideways, the time decay is not going to crush you. So we try to be really careful with our entries and kind of catch them pretty much right when they move. That's sort of the strategy. Um, but if we do catch a situation where we are stuck sideways a little bit, then those longer expirations are going to be your friend. What's your strategy, George? Like, do you have like set rules of what you're looking for? So generally, what I see all the time with kind of your situation is a lot of people are sort of being like emotional with their entries, or they're kind of chasing price. The way I like to describe it is it's a puzzle, right? Every trade is a puzzle. So we have what you want to have is you want to have the box in front of you with the border filled in, and then you're just looking to find that one or two pieces to complete the puzzle. And we're just sitting and waiting until we find that piece. We always know what the shape is, we always know what it looks like, and we don't let emotion kind of get in our way. No, I don't hold anything overnight ever. How many of you guys are full-time traders or wanting to be full-time traders? Yeah, my pleasure. Feel free to come back. I mean, once the market opens, hopefully things will get a little bit more exciting. But for now, it's we're just kind of waiting for things. Hey, welcome to the life, George. It's a lot of fun. Um, have you been successful so far? I know March and April has been pretty challenging. Yeah, I only trade with options, Cody. Yeah, Colin, it takes time. You don't need to there's no need to rush into anything, right? Slowly scale, slowly build, and you're gonna get there. You shouldn't ever feel like there's a pressure to do it. Like there's a lot of FOMO that gets encouraged on Reddit and Twitter and all these sort of sites, and that's like totally against it. That's totally against what I'm about. So um, build up, scale slowly, and that's a repeatable process. Yo, nice work, George. Yeah, man, there's a huge learning curve, right? Like it's like a business. So a lot of businesses don't make money for the first couple of years. Trading can be very much the same. So what happens is a lot of people, get their first big loss and then they kind of get discouraged and fail, and that's why they never recover. So I'm glad you've had that perseverance. Um, Hopefully, I can teach you a few things. And if you're ever interested, like I do this stream sort of every day, and then it's free on Wednesdays. So obviously, it'd be you learn a lot by working with someone day in day out. And I mean, obviously, I improve quite a lot by helping people as well. So that's sort of the benefit for me. What do you trade, George? Like, give like a new watch list every day. Give a small kind of set of securities that you look at. What's your move there? Hey, we're all humbled traders. Like, I get humbled every day by this market. It's pretty brutal. Hey Matt, welcome to the chat. You haven't missed too much yet. Um, if you're not following me on Twitter, recommend doing that. All my setups are sort of posted there, pre-market. You can kind of read what I'm looking at today. I always only trade SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft. What's your time frame, George? Are you a swing trader? Do you hold stuff intraday only? What's sort of your move there? I mean, I bought one share of GME as well, and I'm still a bag holder at 414. So you're not alone, Colin. But all I do is try not to get too aggressive, right? Like meme stocks are a lottery play. You do just one little ticket, one small little entry just to kind of get that thrill if that's what you're into. But I don't ever recommend going like full account size like some people were doing on Wall Street bets or whatever. Yeah, hopefully we get some setups today as well. It's been a really quiet last couple weeks for myself personally. So we kind of cleared most of those headlines and things are setting up nicely. But hopefully we get a few trades today. Do you use only stocks, George, or are you an options guy? No, it's not at all. We're kind of stuck in this sideways action. So like, it's really important to become a versatile trader, right? You need to be able to go short and long essentially every um, kind of every setup possible and kind of remove your bias towards that. I mean, that's why I love only trading intraday. Every day is a fresh slate. I never start down in the hole or up in the hole. So kind of never get too high, never get too low. Yeah, no rush to get into options. They're a pretty wild game sometimes, especially if you're starting them out alone. If you can do really well in stocks, your strategy will translate to options if you play the right strikes. Yeah, this has been one of the craziest bull markets I've ever seen, Cody. It's not been, it's not something I ever expected, to be very honest with you. I think about a year ago, this time a year ago, everyone was kind of panicking and dip buying, so it was a lot of fun. March 2020 drop, actually I did quite well on, but like I mentioned, I don't hold anything overnight, so it's basically just waiting for my levels to set, and then every time level broke to the downside, would keep riding it down, and there were like a couple days where I was catching 500-600% wins, like back to back to back, and that was a lot of fun, but um, those kind of trading conditions aren't sustainable forever. So yeah, good question, newbie. It's really a combination of things. First thing I look at is how much option interest is available. So I don't want to see anything that has like only a couple hundred open interest, something along those lines. Um, I want really good volume and I want really tight spreads. And then I look at what the delta is. So if I'm anticipating a $3 or $4 move, but the delta is like 15 cents, or spot 15, it's hard for me to justify that kind of move. So I'll go to a strike that maybe has a higher delta, and as long as it meets my spread requirements, I'll jump in. For myself, intraday, I hate entering positions and being down like 5 or 6%. So my main criteria is that the option spread has to be less than 2%. Yeah, so I'm not a scalper, George. I mean, at least not to that same 10-cent extent. Generally, I want to get 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. All right, guys, market open here. So let's keep an eye on how things are going. Tesla selling pressure right off the bat. No rush to chase this yet, though. Microsoft as well, pushing that 255 level. We want to see how the price reacts here. We're not going to chase any of these moves right off the open. We need to wait and see who's winning, essentially. I'd rather catch the kind of like last like 30% of the wave than the first 70%. That's where all the fun is. Like scalping can be really good if you have a huge account, but it's hard for me to justify trading. Going for 10-cent setups, it's just not how I'm wired. So the other reason I trade these kind of 5 names, they're all very correlated. So that gives me a big advantage. When I get one setup in, say, Apple, I'm likely to get a very similar setup in QQQ or the SPY or Microsoft. So I'm able to kind of filter out and pick which one is strongest. That's like an extra layer of confirmation almost, where if everything looks like it's going to pump and you have a setup in one name where you're getting that confirmation, you can have a lot of conviction that you're going to get follow through. So the other thing that's going to keep tech down today is treasuries. So the 10-year yield is up a little bit today, 163, selling off a little bit, but that seemed to be a common theme here last couple weeks. VIX is still pretty low as well. That might lead to a little bit of less volatility than we would like. All right, QQQ is looking pretty weak too here. So QQQ is starting to sell off. We'd expect the other laggers, Microsoft and Tesla, to kind of follow suit a little bit. If they don't, then you'd expect the bounce from QQQ to kind of follow. Yeah, good question, Cody. So I do enjoy patterns. What I think the biggest misconception or the biggest things I see is that people use like horizontal lines as levels of confirmation. So if you see on QQQ here, it's kind of a bull flag, was as anticipating to be a bit of a bull flag. A lot of people would have chased this like break of this yellow line, and I think that's just leads to a lot of head fakes. So whenever you have a pattern, you always want to draw it out. You know, I'm not a visual person, so I don't remember these things. I need to see them, and then your confirmation is always a horizontal line. It's never a falling line. It's never, never something that goes across the axes. So that's generally what I found to be the most reliable. Otherwise, you kind of just get head faked. And this flag pattern should have theoretically, you'd want to see pretty big, right? We had like 15, 20 days in a row here on QQQ where it was green. And if you just chase that, first green break, you're not really getting that follow through. So we need that extra layer of confirmation, and generally that works better with horizontal lines. Does that make sense? All right, so now Microsoft's going to break. So we can do a couple things here. We're not chasing this first level break. That's not our move. We want to see buyers step in and sellers to defend this 255.20. Cody, every trade needs to be setup, confirmation, execution. So it breaking your non-horizontal lines is your setup. That's never your confirmation. That doesn't get talked about enough, unfortunately. So Microsoft, when we look at shorter time frame here, what we want to see, this is annoying. What we want to see is for basically sellers to try to take back this 255.20 area, right? And then and for sellers to reject them. So for sellers to win. So we're waiting for a green candle to basically test 255 and then get confirmation that that's weak volume. And then the break of the low will be our entry signal, essentially, where we know that sellers are really weak and we know that they've taken out all the buyers already. So then we can ride that last 30% of the wave kind of thing. Hey, my pleasure, Cody. I really like helping. So if you ever need more information, check out my website. I do one-on-one coaching, and I run this trading room every day. We don't chase prices. So if it's falling and it's falling, we don't ever really know where the next level of resistance is or what the next level of support is. So you're kind of getting in without an area of logical, you don't have a logical stop loss location. So we need to see areas of areas where resistance turns into support, or vice versa. That, because you always can place your stop loss under there. You don't have a complete picture until you know where your stop loss can go. And I hate putting stop losses in the middle of like falling ranges, like don't catch a falling knife kind of thing, because you get hit by, you just get your stop loss triggered all the time, and then it moves against you or moves the way you were expecting, and it's like really tilting, and it makes it really challenging to make like logical decisions or kind of complete decisions. So look, Microsoft, great example. Why we don't chase levels, right? We could have maybe gone in here and gotten 50 cents or something like that of a move, But that's not worth it for me here. I'd rather have conviction that we know, hey, this is the way it's going to go. We're going to get follow through. This has been the theme of March and April. And a lot of people who've had kind of built their bad habits trading just gotten crushed. So we can avoid that by just being a little bit more patient. Our biggest advantage is our ability to be nimble and our ability to be patient in our trades as small account traders. So any setups anyone's looking at here this morning? Yeah, on that Microsoft, I'm looking at the 5-minute here at the moment, or was looking at the 5-minute, just because we got that level break first thing in the morning. So if it happens, if I get a level break in the first 30 minutes, yeah, right now we're on the 5-minute. I unfortunately can't get it. I'm not sure what your connection you're over. So like I was saying, just 5-minute, you want, if the break happens in the first 30 minutes, that's when you get the most momentum of the day. So we're happy to go to the 5-minute and see short-term buyers getting rejected here. Let me take a look at Facebook for you here, newbie. So you're looking at 309.35. So this has been a relatively bearish open so far. I'm not sure if I'd be super interested in chasing bullish setups as long as this top wick is longer than the bottom wick. It's hard to expect follow through if it's kind of an indication that sellers are in control. Now, if this candle fills out and gets closer above, then I think you have a much better case of getting there. Yeah, so Apple calling needs to go still a little bit, I think. I mean, I don't like this chop. Like this wick here, April 23rd, 3:30, kind of worries me a little bit. Just shows me that there's maybe some algo or some big dip buyers there. So I want to see that level break before I'm bearish. And Apple hasn't released earnings yet. That's coming out this afternoon or this evening. George, hey, don't worry about that. What you got to do is you got to slowly scale up, right? You got to build your confidence in your strategy and in yourself. That doesn't happen overnight. The only way that happens is through consistent practice. So you'll get there, but it's just a matter of time. All right, so Microsoft here. Now we're starting to get an indication of, buyers coming in and sellers are trying to defend this level. Let's watch how this candle sets up here and closes. If we can get a green candle close here, we might have an opportunity for an entry to target towards that 252 area. I'm not gonna laugh, Matt. It's I don't recommend ever holding on to something just for the sake of holding on to it. If your thesis is wrong, then get out and move on. But don't ever expect the market to do you a solid. Yeah, George, I only trade SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft. I don't particularly bounce around too much more. I feel like I get enough setups with those kind of 5 names. So I'm happy to sort of stay there. Google generally doesn't meet my option spread requirements, so it's tough for me to trade that. Yeah, so SPY stuck for me until the Fed meeting. We've had a lot of headlines this week, and the FOMC is sort of the headliner. So I mean, I don't expect them to say anything else, but people are always kind of waiting to see what Powell says. It's a bit unpredictable occasionally, and I'm not interested in trying to pick a side. So we'll see how that goes. How about you, Johnson? Any sort of theories there? We've been in a really tight range in the SPY recently. Yeah, fair enough, Matt. I'm never gonna tell you when to buy or sell. That's not my strategy or not my prerogative. Um, just know that it's important to be a flexible thinker. So if you're coming up the thesis is still good and you're in a good setup, then hold on to it and stomach the risk. But otherwise, don't just chase. Yeah, something like George on that point. Something like if a stock sells off 10% or more against you, you have like a 3% chance of breaking money on that trade, breaking even on that trade. So you don't really get that recovery too often. It's really easy to take losses personally in trading, and that's a tough thing to kind of to work your way around. So I always recommend like thinking not in dollars but in percentages. That kind of gamifies the process a little bit for me, at least personally, and it makes it easier for me to move on if I'm wrong. Yeah, there's a hell of a lot of money just kind of playing those consistent levels. Like you don't need to swing positions overnight to make a big win. You can be patient and still catch your trades day in day out and make a really nice living. But it's a mental game, right? It's not trading is 75% mental, 25% technical. guys, anyone up for a little quiz here? Yeah, I'm right with you there, George. It's been the theme of the week. You know, got so many headlines to clear. Just kind of waiting for that. So yeah, this has been a pretty decent candle. The volume is a little bit higher than I'd like. In a perfect world, I would have liked to have seen it under that 21-day moving average. So this might be might have to wait a little bit for this setup. Wait for it on the 30-minute time frame instead of the 5-minute here. So definitely a bearish candle there, though. So it's about as bearish of a green candle as one's going to get. Take a look at the options here quickly. Spreads aren't fantastic here yet on Microsoft. So they're bouncing around between, 5 and 9 cents on the 255s. That's a bit of a warning sign to me, so we're going to wait until we get the setup on the 30-minute time frame. I just think there's a little bit of head fake potential here. I'm not really willing to chase that in an environment where we're not getting much follow through. Yeah, so that's the 21-day moving average for volume. So I'm not saying this Microsoft setup is not going to sell off, but we had 2 warning signs. And so that's why we avoided this trade. So first warning sign, volume was higher than expected, where it got significantly over the 21-day average. And then the second warning sign was that the option spreads were larger than we expected. So that makes it really hard for me to have conviction that we're going to get follow through on this move. We got a little bit of a new lower low, but it instantly got bought back up. So this is why we got to be really patient. Now, unfortunately, sometimes the best trade is the one you don't take. Do you understand what I mean by the warning signs, though? I don't use anything else besides that. I'm a support and resistance and candlesticks trader. So support and resistance are breaking a level of support or resistance is my setup. And then everything else is candlesticks are my confirmation. Yeah, Rusty, happy to go over the warning signs. So first warning sign on the 5-minute was that the volume was significantly higher than we would expect on a low volume pullback. So it's hard to call it a low vol pullback if it's like time and a half larger than the 21-day moving average, or if essentially like 2 times larger. So that scares me. And then when I looked at the option spreads were not really consistent and they were bouncing around all over the place. So we normally want the options to be 2 or 3 cents on Microsoft, and they were kind of bouncing around between 5 and 9 cents. And so that's a warning sign that there isn't much volume there. Makes it hard to jump in. Yeah, spot on there. War Satan. So all we're trying to do here is, I mean, I try to spend as much time as I can trying to talk myself out of a trade before I take one. If there's something that gives me hesitation, oh, hey mate, yeah, perfect. Glad you're in the stream. Well, we'll go over this stuff in a lot more detail this afternoon. Any setups anyone's looking at here this morning? Yeah, I do all my analysis pre-market on the daily time frames. It helps me remove the noise and like I'm not making emotional decisions that way. Um, Generally, I look for like 3 key pivots, so daily support and resistance, weekly support and resistance, and monthly support and resistance. Generally, you get quite a lot of like that's a really good starting point for your support and resistance levels. You can get quite a lot of bounces around there. So I don't want to toot my own horn here, but we did a good job filtering out that Microsoft trade. That would have been a painful entry. So that's why we got to put together the pieces of the puzzle. So what's nice here now though is we're starting to get a few kind of like reversal candles. So QQQ is kind of like a pseudo hammer. Body's a little bit bigger than you'd like to see. But that could potentially be a play if we get a nice confirmation here candle next in the next 30 minutes or so. Then you'd have maybe room towards that 342.30 area. We're not going to force it there. And then SPY just broke above 418.30, which was the level we wanted to see pre-market. So let's see if this level can hold and then test kind of the opposite of what we wanted from Microsoft, where we broke above. Now we want to see sellers get rejected above 418.30 with low volume. So if we get a combination of those things, then there could be some entries there. So what do you guys think of this opening 30-minute candle on Apple here? What does this tell you? Yeah, exactly. Indecision with a maybe slight bias to the downside. But like this is a nothing. Yeah, Rusty, good question. So yeah, that 418.30 to 418.50 area certainly looks like a possible level of resistance. What we want to see is we want to see if we reject there or if we hold there. So that can look multiple different ways. Right now, we're breaking above with a full body candle without much of a top wick on the SPY, which is really bullish. What we want to see is that to hold and either get a confirmation candle or a low volume test of this 418 where buyers step in and protect it again. So we'll have to be patient here setting this up. Yeah, look, the only reason I said it's potentially bearish is I like looking at the wicks. So if the top wick is significantly larger than the body and significantly larger than the bottom wick, that tells me it's, you know, indecisive with more bearish than bullish tendencies. It's never going to be a signal, but it lets me know that, hey, maybe I should avoid looking for calls here this morning on Apple. So now with SPY, we're looking for a couple things. We want to see how 414.30 holds. So let's see how that how price reacts to this close above. We're not chasing this level break above. That's not it's not going to pay us out. So we'll wait for a low vol pullback here on the 30-minute time frame. Now we need to see volume under that 21-day moving average. And it's important to note that levels of support and resistance aren't always firm levels. They're usually zones. So it's not an exact science kind of thing. All right, what about this first 30-minute candle on Microsoft? What do you think this one means to you guys? Not sure what you mean by what contract do I look at as far as time frame. Can you maybe explain that a little bit differently for me, please? Yeah, Cody, exactly. So it's theoretically a red candle, but it's not exactly a bearish candle, right? It's more probably bullish than bearish just because of how many dip buys we're seeing there. Have any of you guys been in any trading rooms before? Any ones that you've paid for? I know of a couple. Or like any Discord chat room, something like that. I don't ever just buy wicks. I need my level of confirmation before I chase any trades, Cody. I'm not. I don't call tops. I don't call bottoms. I've been burned too many times doing that. So I just try to remove the emotion out of that decision. I feel like. Hey Paco, welcome. Any good ones, or are they kind of just like small cap ones that kind of pump and dumps? What's BTO? Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, the way those kind of rooms work is like the person who sets it up and sends out the notification, they're like 1 or 2 minutes in front of whatever the alert is, right? So when they send out the alert, they're making their money by everyone in the chat room jumping in and pushing that price up, especially when it's a small name. That kind of stuff really gets me mad. So that was like the main reason I started my Twitter and why I'm trying to stream more and do these sort of things. So it's like people talk about it's a focus on education, but It's not. It's a marketing scheme to get the owners rich. How's the mic quality? You guys able to hear me well? This is a new mic, so I'm not really sure how good it is. Cheers, Paco. George, is there any reason why you haven't joined the community before? Paid for one? I think there's, yeah, obviously I'm selling my service a little bit, but I think there's a lot of value in surrounding yourself with kind of motivated and kind of other traders that have similar ideas. My first job was trading FX in London, and I had to pay a desk fee, right? So I had to pay £1,200 a month for my computer and for access to all the people I worked with. That's sort of, obviously I don't want to charge that much for any room. I think it's pretty excessive, but I think I learned a lot in that context, and it'd be really valuable, I think, for a lot of people to have that kind of situation. So far on the SPY, this is pretty nice what we want to see. Yeah, it's fair, Rusty. So it's important about stacking up your gains, right? Slowly protecting your account. If you have a big expense, it's tough. Yeah, cheers, Colin. Yeah, there's a lot of watch list trading, which is not how any professional works. No bank, no hedge fund, no pension fund gives a trader 1,000 names to trade and pay. I'm going to just do a quick little sales pitch here, but for myself, the goal is to be education focused, right? I'm not an alert service. I don't tweet out alerts. A screen share so everyone can see my steps as they happen. If you want to follow, that's great. But I want to help people build sustainable trading habits the same way I was taught how to build sustainable trading habits. I think there's a lot of rooms that don't focus on that, and I think I could provide that service to people. Obviously, I offer one-on-one coaching and do other things as well, but I think the value of the room working with someone day in, day out is pretty good. Yeah, I never trade small caps. I never trade meme stocks. Can't pump and dump Apple or QQQ or Tesla or Microsoft. It's about building sustainable, repeatable situations that pay out big. So now, Rusty, because we're outside of the first 30 minutes of the day, we're only looking at the 30-minute time frame. There's less momentum sort of after the first 30 minutes, and I'd rather not get head faked here. I'd rather be too patient than just jump into anything. Right now, the way this candle is playing off, it's really good. Yeah, it all really depends on your learning style too, right? So I'm a monkey see, monkey do learner, and I think a lot of people are similar to that, which I think it's cool to offer a live stream and do these sort of things. I mean, it makes it so easy to do with technology. But everyone's got a different learning style, and you have to kind of figure out what works for yourself, because that's what's ultimately going to make you better. Yeah, let's take a look at Microsoft KC. So, like I said, we're outside of the first 30 minutes now. So we're looking at the 30-minute time frame. I really don't like this wick on the first 30-minute candle. Makes it really hard for me to think that we're going to get much follow through on any bearish trades. So our best chance of a trade now from Microsoft is a red to green reversal. That's it. Yeah, so that's the thing. Good shout, Rusty. This is my first live stream I've done on this channel, so this is not going to be deleted. It's going to be up there for everyone to post. Hopefully, I can help get a few more numbers and a few people to follow me on Twitter and these sort of things. But I'm more focused on providing quality and providing quantity. So, we'll try to be at this for as long as possible. But days like today, where you're not getting a ton of setups, I don't know how many people are going to watch a 4-hour stream to find out I didn't make a trade all day. So AMD looking much stronger than Microsoft personally, George. I think that's a good shout. I want to see buyers come in here. Until I have evidence of that, I'm not sure where the intraday levels of support and resistance are. Well, it depends on how big the ranges are in the chop, right? If we're getting like a $3 or $4 range on SPY or Apple or something like that, and I can get enough room where I can get my reversal and confirmation, then yeah, I'll trade it all day long. But if it's like a 50-cent or a dollar range, it makes it really hard to get my 2-to-1 risk reward. Yeah, good question. So I think personally the first thing you do is you mark out your levels. I always try to find a bullish and a bearish case for each trade. Can't always find one, but you want to try to find what the path of least resistance is to the upside and to the downside. If you can find that, then it's just about writing it down so you remember what you're looking at. This is why I always write down all my things on my charts, and then basically just sit and wait for those things to happen. And then it's really just about refining your process, doing it day in, day out. You'll eventually figure out which levels you start to see the best, or what kind of setups you think your eye catches the best. And then the more you practice them, the better you're going to get at it. And it just takes a little bit of time. None of this stuff is natural right away, right at all. You have to stack up information, stack up practice. It's like sports, or it's like studying for an exam. You don't just go in and you're not going to just make your money right away. You have to build those good habits and that muscle memory for it to become natural. What's your pre-market routine, Rusty? What time do you start looking at charts? Like what time do you do those sort of things? So we need to see confirmation that this Tesla 705 break is going to hold. We got a test above and it's kind of sold off right away. So we want to see, had a really strong bullish candle here at the open. We would like to see a second candle that looks pretty much just like that. Yeah, Paco. So really you need to figure out what your learning style is, and you need to determine kind of what suits your eye. So there's a lot of survivorship bias in trading, and a lot of people say, okay, this technique's the best or that technique's the best, and that's not really the case. You can make money in with any combination of indicators or any combination of techniques. It just depends on how well you learn those kind of intricacies. So for myself personally, I'm a candlestick guy. So if you want to go that way, find a candlestick cheat sheet. Look at the simple patterns, the 1 or 2 candle patterns, and then find a chart like Apple or Tesla on 30-minute, hour, daily time frame, and just go back and find as many of those as possible. You need to train your eye to be able to start noticing these things, and that'll help you remove that kind of the emotion out of your analysis. Yeah, Rusty. I mean, right now you got to look at the bigger trends. So daily time frames are probably going to work better for you there. I mean, daily highs and lows, that's your easy starting point for your support and resistance. And then if it's like near a level where it's touching multiple times, you just push it there and you round it up to the nearest point of multiple contacts, if that makes sense. So SPY is definitely setting up to be the strongest, but we need to see how this candle closes in the next 10, 15 minutes. what do you mean by how much I would commit to each? Oh, commit to each trade, not each trader. Yeah, so my personal risk standard is I do 10% of my account per trade with options. And options is kind of like a double stop loss, which I kind of enjoy. So, if I do 10K in options, most I can lose is 10K if I'm just going long calls or long puts. Yeah, Cody, I always traded tech. I mean, my first job was trading FX, or foreign exchange. And then when I got hired by the fund, I started working on US listed tech and London based tech. If you want to find your niche, man, look at what you're interested in your day-to-day life, or what products you use in your day-to-day life. That'll just make it easier to kind of keep up with the news and kind of keep things going. But for me, I'm kind of more obsessed with the patterns and the price action than the specific companies. So tech just makes it easy because it suits my execution requirements or my execution rules better than a lot of names, and you get enough volatility where you get pretty decent payout if one of your setups happen. Yo, Julian, thanks for joining. Glad you've found me on art day trading. It's a lot of crap on that subreddit, so I'm trying to improve the quality a little bit. Hopefully you've learned something, and if you have any questions, always feel to reach out. What do you mean, George? Like, will I go long and short? Like if it reverses, for example? Oh yeah, I don't hold any positions overnight. So I will always enter a position, and then, say maybe I'll be out in a couple hours or 30 minutes whenever my trailing stop gets triggered. But I don't ever hold anything overnight. I mean, especially with the weekly options or the daily options on the SPY, decay just crushes you. So you have to be right pretty much instantly, otherwise you kind of screw yourself. So Julian, personally, I hate trading things where I start in the hole. So that's why I like tech options and SPY and QQQ. Your spread is like maybe 1 or 2 cents or 1 or 2%. So it makes it really easy to recover that and not be down 5% right away. So generally, I would recommend something along those lines. If the stock has to move 50 cents for you to even break even, you're better off playing the stock, not the options. So Johnson, you can just do it yourself, right, if you want. So the way I do my stop loss is every time when I'm up 20% or more, I push my stop loss to my entry price, and then I just move it up 10% for every 10% that the option moves. So I'm always like 20 to 15% behind the price, and just let it run up for as long as possible. And then if I ever feel like it's time to take profit, I close 50% of my position and let the rest run. So Julian, I think it depends on your risk management. But if you're going, say, 10% a position or like 1K a position, you can do really well trading SPY, QQQ, Apple, Microsoft. You probably struggle to find Tesla contracts for under that price, but you'll be able to get 50, 60% returns on those if you're patient and really stock the right trades. like I don't ever recommend a new watch list every day. I think it just makes it really hard to train your gut and to build a feeling of how things move. So I trade these 5 same tickers all the time. I don't really deviate away from them, and I never feel like I don't have enough setups. Now market conditions are bad at the moment, and so that makes things more challenging because I've only had like 5 trades in the last 12 trading days, but it's not that's not how it normally is, and that's sort of the same across the board. So there's no reason to chase anything, and I feel like a new watch list every day kind of encourages that chasing. Yeah, I don't know if I have an average return that I specifically look for, but I generally want a risk reward of 2 to 1. So that generally equates to, maybe like a 50% move on the options, if I can get something along those lines. But I think just like setting yourself up and saying, okay, I need to wait for this option to print 50% return, you're setting yourself up to let a trade turn from a winner to a loser. I basically just try to hold it until a new piece of information comes out that invalidates my thesis. Yeah, so good question, Johnson. We need to see, like this is a decently bearish candle, rejection candle. Now we need to see a confirmation of that. So we want to see another candle, preferably get under the low of day of the SPY so far. But I think with the FOMC coming out at 2 p.m., we're kind of just going to get this whipsaw action until until that news comes out. And then based on whatever the comments will be, we'll get a pump in the afternoon. So Julian, the only real answer to that question is you gotta just put time into the charts. You gotta spend time watching, and you gotta spend time practicing. So I recommend a simulator account, right? Build your good habits on that. It's like, you go to football practice, you learn how to tackle in practice before you learn to tackle in a game. I have a trader's guidebook I'd be happy to send you. It's like a little Google Docs, and it's like a nice little introduction on kind of what questions to ask yourself, trader psychology, things along those lines. And the feedback I've gotten on that has been really good. So if you'd be interested in that. And then books-wise, my favorite book is Reminiscences of a Stock Operator. That's sort of timeless, and it goes talks about what the life is like, kind of what the ups and downs are. And at least for myself, it always gets my mind racing and thinking about my strategies and how I can improve and things that I need to work on. So I always recommend that. But really the best thing to do is sit your ass down in front of this chart and sort of watch and practice on a simulator until you feel like you have a repeatable process. Yeah, I'll post the link for the Google Docs in the chat. Give me a sec. night. So we're kind of just getting level rejections all over the place here. Kind of frustrating at the moment. We're not getting any setups, but hard to expect anything else here in April so far. Yeah, so I'll go 30, 40 days in a row with winning. Like if conditions are good. All my strategies have been back tested and they're 85% plus, 85% plus. Patience is my biggest advantage in the market. So I pick and choose when I trade very, very carefully, and that really helps me not have any big losing days ever. So I would say probably on average close to 90%. I think there's a big misconception about trading. Like it's super exciting and it's a lot of fun, but it's not go 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 all the time. At least not if you're working at home as a retail trader. That's not you're giving up too many commissions. You don't get good rebates, and you're chasing setups that aren't A plus. If you have a huge account of like a couple mil, you can bully your way through those kind of mistakes, but with small accounts, you can't do that. So patience is a really important thing to kind of manage and maintain. And these are all things I had to learn. Like I didn't learn to be a patient trader right when I first started out trading my solo account. I went from trading $40 million a position to trading much less than that. So there were some bad habits I kind of had to beat out of myself a little bit, and I unfortunately learned that the painful way. And I'm based on the East Coast, so I'm actually in Canada, in Montreal, and yes, I'm on the Eastern time frame. Anybody here an NFL fan? Excited? Anyone excited for the draft? Yeah, Rusty. So we've had a low vol pullback. We would like this third candle to reclaim this 418.30 level and then break above what looks to be like 418.50. I'll be streaming till about lunch, about 12 Eastern, and then I do some exercise usually from then. Around that time I go for a run and do some calisthenics, and then I'll be back from 2 to 4. You're lucky you've got Joe Burrow, George. I'm an Eagles fan, so I'm in quarterback hell at the moment, and everything just hurts. Every time I read new information about my team, it just hurts. Christ, everyone's just rubbing it all in my face here. Not good. Yeah, Joe's gonna be—he's an electric player. You're gonna be just fine with him, but yeah, you gotta shore up that O line. Gee, a buddy of mine who I played high school football with was on the Bengals this year. His name was Christian Covington. Played D tackle. Is UA Auburn? don't know American colleges very well, so sorry if insulted you there. Maybe, maybe. Yeah, I need to get my ass down to Tuscaloosa. So, Colin, Apple's still kind of in that bounce back zone here. I need to see 133.50 area break for myself personally. So at this point now, SPY, if it does break above this 418.50, hard for me to want to chase this up. For this candle, you wanted to see it not make a lower low. And we've done that now, so it's hard to have conviction with any follow through. Plus the news coming out at 2. I think SPY's probably going to be off the 2 trade list until after then. Are you looking to dip buy this, George? Like I always recommend you wait for your reversal confirmation, right? Like a hammer or maybe a doji, something along those lines. Um, it's a lot of selling pressure so far this morning, so it's hard to have conviction that this is going to be the bottom. Like always wait for your confirmation. So if you're a level 2 guy and you're looking at this 90K share sitting at 85, that's your setup. So now you need to wait. Okay, what's my level of confirmation that I know that this is correct? So then you have to figure out. You got to help yourself define that, and that makes it much easier. You're gonna improve your hit rate almost instantly if you add that extra layer. Yeah, that's fair. It had earnings this week too, right? Like when I built my PC, I went all AMD, no Intel for me. They're just way better these days. Yeah, so that's like kind of my rule, Johnson, is people who posting like all these pictures about their new cars or new watch or like how much they're making on the market can be a lot of different things, right? Like it's so easy to trade on sim and just show you a screenshot of P&L and like pretend that's what you're making, or like, you know, get a car on lease. Like shit, it's not that hard to go get yourself a BMW with a 3-year lease and pretend you bought it outright. Those guys are marketers. They're not really traders, and they're getting people killed with what they're preaching, and that's like a big pain point for myself personally, and so I want to improve the quality of education for people. There's a lot of misinformation for sure. Hey, you can get that Lambo, but you don't need to post it to all your followers on Twitter or Reddit or wherever to get them to sign up for your site. You know, keep that shit to yourself. Like, hey, we're all here to make money, right? But if I'm like posting my P&L to encourage people to join me and to be like, that's why I'm good, I'm not preaching good habits. I'm encouraging FOMO. I'm encouraging people to chase trades, and that's like not sustainable building. Those aren't sustainable habits to learn, right? You're not going to learn. You're just going to chase, and you're going to lose money. And we're not about that here. We want people to learn and improve and build sustainable habits that sustain them for life, not for 6 months in the best bull market of all time. There's a couple of really good books for some technical analysis. Let's see, I've got a list here. One sec. So there's a book called the Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns, which is really good. And then there's a guy on YouTube called Rainer Theo, I think his name is, or Teo. He does a lot of pretty good stuff. Just don't force don't overwhelm yourself with information here. Like stack up, like work on one or two little things at a time. Become really really confident in them, and then add layers of complexity. Don't overwhelm yourself with too much stuff at once. That's the PDF of those Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns. Hopefully it works for you guys. Yeah, so one-on-ones Rusty are $125 for the session, and they last anywhere between 60 and 90 minutes, and they're designed to kind of tailor around what you want to work on. So we'll go through whatever you want in as much detail as possible, and you give me a kind of blurb of what you want to work on. I send you a lesson plan, and then you can adjust it and let me know what you want more focus on or whatever. We generally do them. either like over Zoom or over YouTube like this, and then so you can replay the session and kind of go back and see everything. And you get like access to my members section of the site, which has like strategy documents and these sort of things as well. And I think that's pretty helpful for some people too. Cheers, Rusty. I'll get back to you in a sec here. One minute. What do you mean by that, Colin? Like, as in more expensive, like the more expensive contract, or as in the premiums are moving disproportionately versus the stock price? So higher, if it's like more expensive, generally that means that it's like more likely that premium is going to be in the money, right? So if it's super cheap, it's not very likely to be in the money at expiration. The higher price usually means that it'll be in the money at expiration, or there's a higher likelihood of it being in the money at expiration. Yeah, so Casey, I don't really have a set rule on that specifically. It's more of a question of volume for me. So I generally won't go, if I'm say like trading the SPY on the dailies and it's at the current price now, 418, I won't go much further than like 419 as the strike price. Just because it makes it really hard to have the likelihood of it happening or for me getting the big payout within a reasonable time frame to happen. So Tesla might be setting up here actually kind of nicely. If we can get it kind of with before lunch, we're getting a hammer at the top of a green range, and now we're printing a potential confirmation candle. So if we can get under this low of the day, under 690, that's your setup. This is your confirmation, and then your entry would be kind of under this level. If we can get there, sort of bang bang here, if that makes sense. In between here to the low of the day is not enough for me to justify the risk reward. But under 690 has like $20 of room, and so that would be a pretty nice setup there. Trading's just bouncing all over the place here. This is nuts. Very frustrating. How long has everyone been trading for? Did you guys all start pretty much like in March? March of last year? Yeah, Casey. So hard for me to see really any conviction for a downside move here. If we get this spinning top or doji, I prefer to call it a doji. Well, it could possibly be a reversal signal, especially if we're kind of holding this like 253.40 area. So let's see how it reacts there, but I'm not really interested in chasing this lower until I get confirmation of a low vol pullback here. Trading's fun, eh, Rusty? It makes it hard to want to have a real job when you can just sit in front of the markets all day long. So also, Casey, that first red candle of the day just kind of scares me that we're not going to get much follow through. That bottom wick is so big that there's just telling me that there's dip buyers. So I need to see a little bit of extra level of confirmation to let me know that they're weak and that those buyers are gone essentially. So when I see that big of a wick, kind of tells me that there's not really going to be a bearish setup, at least in the morning. So I think Tesla's definitely the best setup here, but it's kind of like at a half level. You know, if we can get to 690, under 690, then we have a lot of bearish momentum that's gonna be pushing this thing down. Huh. Man, Colin, that's like, I think about this Dogecoin and all this kind of stuff all the time. Like, I do this for a living, and there's all these people, you know, making their millions of dollars doing dumb things, and I'm sitting here thinking, like, am I the dumb one for not placing these trades? Yeah, so Tesla, I'll go over it pretty quickly. So we had a pretty bullish open after a nice gap down, like a $10 move sort of at the open, going into 705 resistance that I talked about pre-market, or like put down in my pre-market blueprint. Second candle of the day, second 30-minute candle of the day, tried to get above but couldn't hold and rejected right away, so sellers stepped in. Now what we've had is trying to get confirmation of this seller strength. But as this kind of candle is coming together here in the last 40 seconds, we're seeing a lot of dip buyers there and kind of another half level. Rusty, it's not really the perfect answer to that question. I spend a lot of times in front of the charts and the screens because this is my full-time gig and this is what I do all the time. But if you can build a strategy around, you know, 3 or 4 hours a day, it's very possible. But there's going to be a lot of time you're going to have to spend sort of outside of market hours to sort of determining your setups and setting alerts, things along those lines. You're not going to be able to just get away with checking in at like 11 o'clock every morning and seeing, okay, this is time to trade. There'll be a lot of variables, so you need to have some flexibility in your ability to enter your trades essentially. But you know, I mentioned earlier how like a lot of the time I like trading these names because I get very similar setups right across the board. So like Tesla, for example, looks very similar to what the SPY is doing right now. And Microsoft is doing its own little thing, whatever, right? Apple, to a certain degree, has a similar type thing. So this allows me to kind of just filter out and pick which ones, right? So SPY and Tesla are the two cleanest of the day. They're not perfect and they're not setups that I'd like to trade at the moment. But if these were sort of reversed and we maybe had a bit more bullish momentum, I would just pick between which one is strongest and play that setup instead. And do all you guys use like independent charting software, or do you use like whatever your broker provides? So I don't know if you guys are like Robinhood or Webull guys, whatever. But I would highly recommend at some point to transition to a charting provider, a proper charting provider like TradingView. Makes it much easier to set alerts. Like you can set them up so they send you like a text message, things like that. So if you want to work, if you have a full-time job or anything along those lines, there are a few little tricks you can do to really help. Yeah, so I use a hard stop loss on the underlying, or as a default 20%, as a default 20% on the options, whichever happens first. I don't like mental stop losses because they're too easy to ignore. So I try to avoid that as much as possible. Yeah, TrendSpider is pretty good too. I just never was able to get all the features I wanted. I haven't used it in maybe like 6 months, so at some point I'll take another look at it. But they have a lot of really cool automation features, which is really nice. Yeah, having like independent charting software helps. Like you kind of hide your P&L all day. You're not staring at the entry order screen all the time, and that makes you double think. Or double check all your sanity check all your setups, things like that. So I always recommend that. All right, so Tesla's shaping up here nicely. Any of you guys brave West Coast traders? Robinhood sells flow to Citadel. They're scum. They basically let hedge funds front run you. It's like those small cap pump and dump rooms, but a startup. Rob, I'd love to move to Hawaii, but I don't know if I could do like a 3:30 a.m. wake up. Kind of like ruins paradise if I'm miserable every morning. So for Teslas, let's see. I'd be trading the April 30th calls or puts, depending on the size, or side, sorry. And probably be looking at like the 700s if I was going calls, or the 690s or 680s if I was going puts. And yeah, I always buy weeklies. Sometimes on Fridays, if the action is like a little bit annoying, I'll buy next week, so I won't let it be same day expiration. Fridays can be a bit tricky sometimes with the options. Does Robinhood still have like that, like, was like confetti or like party animation every time you place a trade? it's designed to keep you in the app and designed to keep you trading as much as possible. Like they say they're free, right? But they take from you in other ways. It's pretty good business if you don't care about having sustained customers. My pleasure, Rusty. Thanks for joining. I'll be doing another free live stream again next Wednesday. In the meantime, if you have any questions, reach out to me on Twitter. I'm Mikey Day Trader, or check out my website, or contact me through there. Good luck and happy trading. Any of you guys follow any other traders on Twitter? Any guys that you or girls that you think you've learned a lot from? Who have you watched so far, Casey? Is there any indicators that you've liked a lot so far? Yeah, there's so much information. Like you can really kind of muddle yourself with them. That's for sure. Yeah, I'm personally not a huge indicator guy. I like to have things as simple as possible, but it's different for everyone. So I've certainly done lots of indicator trading before, and that was sort of how I started out. But now it's candlesticks and other things like that, and that seems to work much better for me personally. Yeah, VWAP can be pretty good, um, but I'm not a huge like moving averages guy. Yeah, TradingView, those candles are not bad. I code up my own usually, just because I think it just teaches me to find them a little bit better. So I like doing that exercise. Yeah, Rob, it's like really important to build a strategy that suits your personality and to work with someone who's like really honest about that. Not every like if everyone just follows exactly what I do, you're not going to make money in the long run. It's not really a sustainable process. So it's more about learning the basics, learning how to do them, being able to bounce ideas off of people, and then using that kind of extra knowledge and their expertise to help you build a strategy that suits your personality. That's going to be your edge in the market, right? What I do is my edge, and that's what I'm good at, and I'm really passionate about it. But it's not going to work for everyone. So you need to create something unique for yourself, and you can take the bones of what I use, but it ultimately you won't have conviction in anything unless each trade is your own. So VWAP helps because it can be often like a really good visualization of kind of what price people are buying at. It's not like I don't think it's a really good idea to use it as like a pure level of resistance or as support, but it kind of gives you like a average purchase price that you're seeing throughout the day, and that can be helpful to a certain extent. Another good use for VWAP, KC, is it's sometimes not a bad spot to put like your support under or above, depending on what direction you're going. Um, so it kind of gives you like the average price of whatever that previous move was. So that can be kind of helpful, but it's a lagging indicator as well. So it's always going to be adapting to price, not reacting to price. So yeah, this has been basically what April's been like for me, um, pretty much all the time. Just conditions aren't great, setups aren't materializing, and I'm unwilling to chase level breaks. Like we've seen a few examples today of things breaking resistance or breaking support and not getting any follow through. And so I don't want to build those bad habits. I don't want to encourage those bad habits. So I'd rather be on the sideline and wait for conditions to get better and to be patient with my entries. And it's not a boring day. I got to talk to all you guys. It's also really hard to, um, it's hard to trade with FOMC as well. So generally these days can be really choppy or really boring. That's generally how it goes. So April's been a bit of an outlier month generally on how many trades I've been placing. Normally I'm able to catch, one or two trades a day, maybe a little bit more, and do pretty well for myself. April I'm catching, last week I caught 3 trades, so it's just a little bit slower than normal, but that's the way it goes. Market gives and it takes from you, so you gotta just be patient. Like with options, you don't need that much, you don't need that big of a return to be able to pay your bills, at least not for myself personally. My day-to-day expenses are pretty low. I don't put that kind of pressure on myself, so I'm able to have a little bit of patience. Trading is a lot like, say, being like a real estate agent, where maybe you won't get business for 2 months, but then all of a sudden you'll close like 3 deals in a month, and you'll have a lot of commission to kind of live off of for a few months. So there's good periods and there's bad periods. Right now we're in one of the slower periods, and that's just kind of how it goes. So Paco, it's actually $250 a month for the live trading room, and you basically get what I'm doing right now, Monday through Friday, 9 to 12, and then 2 to 4 every day, plus access to all my strategy documents when I get them all uploaded. You can, if you want to follow my trades, that's up to you. But the focus for me is education and helping people learn and develop their strategies. So hey, if you want to, that's your decision, that's your risk. But I don't post formal alerts. What I will do is I will talk you through all my setups like I've been doing today, and really up to you then if you want to take them. I mean, hopefully in a couple days we're gonna have a bit more action. So today's been pretty quiet, but consistency and spending time is what becomes the big payoff, right? That is what becomes repeatable, and do my best to try to teach you as much as I can throughout the trading day, even when days are quiet. So, Casey, it's really a question of kind of identifying what conditions suit your strategy, right? Like I don't need to force anything, right? If I catch a nice win on a trade like last week, I ended the Friday off with a 100% win on Apple, and that's a really nice return, and that makes it easy for me to kind of relax and not have to force anything. But trading's never going to be easy if you're doing it because you need to make the money immediately. That leads to bad habits. You need to be able to have that patience. That's really how it goes. If market conditions are bad in SPY and QQQ, they're not going to be better for another name in the index. It's generally just kind of the theme we have at the moment, and you just have to have that patience to know that better conditions are coming. Unfortunately, that's the sort of discipline that you have to maintain and create for yourself. Every strategy is different too. So if you want to build something that's maybe shorter time frames, or you want to do smaller executions for smaller wins, go for it. I'll be happy to help you do that. But for myself personally, this is what I find works for me, and I'm happy to be very patient waiting for those setups. There's this a very common misconception in trading where it's go, 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 go all the time. And I think that's a really, really nice way of kind of just like bleeding away your account and throwing away money. Quantity of trades does not replace quality of trades, in my opinion, and I'm always going to preach that. Yeah, Colin. So volume tends to dry up between 12 and 2, kind of like a traditional Wall Street lunch. Sorry. So I generally don't place trades in that time period unless you get really big volume. I mean, 100% win is 100% win, regardless of how big of a position you're taking. But it's unrealistic to think you're going to join the market with a small account and all of a sudden start making hundreds of thousands a year. You need to scale up and build good habits, and then the rewards will come. It's more about falling in love with the process and kind of the day-to-day grind versus just chasing the big lotto wins. If you want to do that, then there's better ways of doing it. So it's always going to be patience and then waiting for your setup, confirmation, execution. Like we've had something like 11 million shares traded on the SPY so far this morning, and that's crazy low. Normally we get like 3 times that daily volume, or like in this sort of time frame. So we're just not getting any support here for trades, and that's just the way it is. Market's got to take a breather sometimes too. It's been relatively parabolic move over the last year or so. If you build confidence in your strategy, you build a repeatable process, you're going to scale up a lot faster than you think. But it's like any business. You have to get proof of concept. You have to prove to yourself that you know how to do this and you know how to do it repeatably. And then, you'll get an investment. You'll be able to go bigger and you won't have stress over it. But jumping in with huge position sizing right away, you're going to make illogical decisions because emotion's going to step in. And you need to train yourself to not deal with that. I appreciate that, Casey. I want to just preach to everyone that it's about building consistent habits. Put yourself into repeatable situations, and you will catch those big wins. But if you just chase lottery tickets, you're gonna blow up your account, and that's not what we want here. We're trying to trade for a lifetime here, not to retire tomorrow. Anyone have any predictions for Apple earnings, maybe Facebook earnings? Yeah, earnings are always a lotto, so I don't ever recommend holding stuff overnight into them. Every time you think it's a sure thing, it tends to go the other way. I think the theme so far has been, you know, good tech earnings means sell off. So now everyone's going to be anticipating a dump on Apple today, and it's going to pump. That's my guess. I'm not going to put any money on it or anything like that, but that's my guess. Yeah, earnings, they're frustrating to trade. I'm like, yeah, I just don't have the expertise to really like have a good feel for how it's going to go, and the reaction so far to earnings has not been very good. I don't know about you guys, but for myself, like I don't like holding positions overnight. At least not for like swing trades. Um, I can't stop checking prices. I can't stop doing things, and it's like out of my control how it reacts, and that kind of bothers me a little bit. Um, I don't think it's worth the payoff. Hey man, why didn't you take your profits? And 50% is a great win. You got to protect your entry at least at that point. Never let a green trade turn into a red one. That's it's not a good habit. You got to get that. Got to cut that out. What was your entry, or what was your like your logic for when you were going to take profits? Yeah, they're pure lottos. Well, everyone's waiting for Powell to say something, say something different or something new. But that's similar to the earnings. You don't really necessarily know what he's going to say or how the market's going to react. We clearly look like we're setting up for a pump, but I'm not willing to chase that until I get confirmation. Yeah, I'd love to go. I'd love to meet Powell. He'd be an interesting guy to talk to. Referral helper. Just quick tip for you. Use a trailing stop. So it takes away the thought process of when you need to take profit. You know, if you're up, if you catch a nice win, it'll keep going up and keep going up, and you'll be able to ride it for a while. But if it dumps and you're up and then it goes off, you're gonna protect some of your wins. Let me know if that makes sense. Yeah, fair enough. Just don't let winning trades turn into losing ones. You know, if you want to let it run, go for it, but put a stop loss. Protect yourself like a 10% win or something like that. So no need to give it away. It crushes your confidence for one, and like you're never gonna go broke taking a profit. So just stack up wins and you'll get better and better at it. All right, Microsoft looking like it might want to go here. Let's take a look at the options. The 250s and the 252.5s look pretty good. But we're getting pretty close to lunch, so I'm a little bit hesitant to take the trade. Yeah, the risk reward ratio isn't fantastic either. This candle's pretty big, about $1. You'd like for it to be, the next level of resistance to be about $2 away to justify this move. I think this one's probably a pass for me as well. What do you mean, Casey? It's still very much the setup we were looking for pretty much all day, right? So we had that big sell-off at the morning, confirmation, red weakness, and then we had that low vol pullback here, a little bit greater than average, but we've since taken that out with a a volume bar that's relatively the same size. So theoretically, if we can break this, the initial morning low, which is like 253 spot, we have a room down to like 252. But what's concerning to me is this most recent candle here on the 30-minute time frame. It's a little bit, just makes it hard to have a good risk reward ratio here. So it's very much still that same setup we've been talking about all day. I think generally this is a bit of a hard one to trade going into lunch, going into Fed meeting. It's a little bit of positioning maybe before the event, and that makes it, which gives me a little bit of pause before wanting to chase this. If this happened maybe an hour earlier, I think I'd have a lot more confidence in it. We keep bouncing off this 253 area, so that's going to be key, but I think it's probably more time for lunch than it is to chase this trade. I'd be looking at, yeah, this week's expiry on the Microsoft puts. It'd be the 250s or 252.5s I'd be looking at. But like I mentioned, I think going into lunch would be, it's a challenging trade. The volume's going to dry up here really quickly, and you're going into a big news event. So there's a lot of positioning. Yeah, exactly. So we're waiting, we had weakness, and we wanted to see buyers step in and lose. We have seen that buyers have stepped in and lost, but I don't have very much confidence that we're going to get a ton of follow through. One, this huge wick in the initial morning, that scares me a little bit, and then going into the lunch period makes it very challenging to trade. It's not to say you won't get follow through, but I think just risk reward wise, it doesn't stack up to me. All right, guys, I'm going to step away for a little bit. I'm going to keep the stream open. I'm going to go for a run and exercise my dog and myself here a little bit. I'll be back around between 1:30 and 2 o'clock. And I think Powell speaks at 2. So I will be streaming all day here. So I'm going to keep it open. So if you guys want to check back around 1:30, 2 o'clock, I'll be back on the stream. welcome back, guys. So we're trying to get a little bit of positioning here before the Fed, getting a little bit of selling off. People are just kind of anxiously awaiting to see what they say. Don't expect there to be any changes, but you never know. They're going to make the announcement about the interest rate decision at 2 o'clock, and then Powell's going to speak at 2:30. Generally, I wouldn't expect there to be too much action here, just because we don't expect anything to change. Unless there's a big surprise, I don't expect anything to change here for the Fed. Alright, any questions going into Fed rate decision? Any setups that you saw maybe over lunch that you like a lot? Just a quiet day, sort of what we expected. With all this headlines and all these tech earnings this week, it's just going to be slow. It's important to find out what conditions suit your trading style and what conditions don't. It's going to save you a lot of money. Yeah, well, streams are going to be free live streams are going to be on Wednesdays going forward. So it's just going to be a bit of luck to see how busy we get on those days. It's all about consistency. Still have a few things setting up here as well this afternoon, so maybe we'll catch something into power hour. I think at some point there will be a Bitcoin ETF, as long as the appetite for it continues. But I'm not particularly a big believer in Bitcoin. Yeah, that's exactly what I do, Casey. I pretty much just have my execution software minimized all the time and then bring it up just when I'm ready to trade. I think it removes a lot of the emotion from decision making as well. You don't have that P&L flashing in your face. It makes it not as easy to enter and exit. Just make sure with TD that you have live data. I know sometimes with the banks they can kind of charge you a little bit of extra for that stuff, or it'll be on a 15-minute delay. This is the paid version. I think I have the premium plus live data, which I think is like extra $12 a month. The free version on TradingView just doesn't have every tick, so it's relatively close, but some of the candles might look a little bit different than what I have if you don't pay for the data. So SPY, we're looking for 416.50 area to break. If it goes to the downside, yeah, I mean, I love TradingView, guys, so yeah, I definitely would recommend it. It's super clean, you can customize it however you like, and you can create code in it as well. So on my website, there's a few little signals that I've got coded up that you can just put into Pine Script or Pine Editor, and it'll tell you basically little entries or exits. Helps remove a lot of the emotion. So Microsoft I like quite a bit if 255.20 area can break and hold. And has like a $1.30 upside towards the high of the day. That's based on, so sort of over lunch, for that 2 hour period, we had like the setup that we were looking for to the downside didn't happen as we kind of expected. And then we got pattern that I call like two green soldiers. So two very strong bullish. It's often called like a two-line strike. And that broke the nearest red candle. And we've had a low vol sell-off down to sort of this 254.22 area. Now we want to see it get back above, and then there's very little resistance on the way up to 256-ish. euro dollar futures are now pricing in the first Fed hike in March 2023. So there's should be nice conditions for stocks for a while then if that ends up being true. In a high volatility event like a Fed decision, you could almost treat this like as if it's the start of the day again, because you're going to get all of a sudden a lot of new volume coming in. Now it's not going to invalidate any of the support and resistance levels that we had this morning, but you can still like look at a shorter time frame potentially if the volume's good. Yeah, so far definitely a doji, but we need it to close like this. We're only 6 minutes into this candle, so it's hard for me to want to chase this. And those are some pretty big wicks. So as you get these kind of big wicks here across the board for, SPY, QQQ, you can start looking at other names and seeing which ones are kind of holding up and being stable. That's generally a good indication of strength or perceived strength. And that works if like you have a big sell-off too. Say SPY is dumping, but Microsoft is holding up or not really moving as much, and you can anticipate a bit more strength in Microsoft. And that'll be a good indication of a possible reversal. So you wait for your reversal pattern there, and you should have a bigger return on the Microsoft reversal. So kind of get an indecision across the board here. Hard to chase anything until kind of get some confirmation one way or the other. Definitely looks like the downside is closer though. So we'll see how this plays out. Tesla definitely looks the weakest, but it needs to cross that 690 area. When the market is expecting no news or no changes and you get no changes, you don't really get a dramatic reaction. But on the bright side, what this does is it sort of clears the calendar. So now you don't really have anything that the market is waiting for a while now. After Apple earnings today, it should be relatively smooth or kind of clear on the calendar ahead. Hopefully that leads to more action, a little bit more volatility. VIX has climbed a little bit today too, so maybe that's an indicator that things could get a little bit spicier. So it just hasn't moved very much, and it's the closest to its low of the day. So we've been stuck in a very, very tight range for Tesla in general, about $7-8 range, and then we're $3-4 away from its low, under a key psychological level of 700, and so that for me is what screams weakness. And we still haven't, after that hammer over here, we haven't really recovered above that, so the weakness kind of still remains with no big volume underneath it to invalidate that setup. Does that make sense? Perfect. Our goal is to always find the path of least resistance. That's basically what you're looking for. So what's the easiest way to go down? What's the nearest way it's going to go down? That's basically what we're trying to find all the time, and then stacking up pieces of information to confirm that. Yeah, with Tesla, I would trade into the last 30 minutes of market for sure. If it was SPY daily options, I'm staying away. Those premiums move way too fast. Same thing if it was Friday afternoon on Tesla, I would stay away. Power hour is a lot like the first sort of 30 minutes to first hour of the day. It's kind of where all the institutions kind of show their hand and tell you which way they want to push things. Pension funds, things like that. That's when they do most of their purchasing. With Tesla, if we're going long today, we need to see the high of the day break. Alternatively, if we get a reversal candle, which with this one isn't really possible because the top wick is now too heavy. We could go from a little bit over 700 to 708, but it doesn't give you very much room for a good risk reward. So Powell speaking here in 9 minutes. That could be another bout of volatility. We got pretty indecisive action after the Fed rate decision and the comments came out. But now in the Q&A and his speech, he might have a little slip or something like that, and people might be waiting for that as well. Don't expect that to happen, as he's pretty sharp and he's always on it. But there could be a little bit of extra volatility to come back after that. So Microsoft here is a good example of another filter that we don't want to avoid, or we want to avoid, sorry. These three candles, right? So this is a nice possible indicator of a top, at a level of resistance. Then we get a possible confirmation. The follow-up candle, right? We make a higher high and a lower low. If, say, this wick was like halfway through this body, then we'd have a potential room for some downside follow-through to like 253. But because we made a higher high, sort of invalidates this bearish confirmation. Tesla, similar situation, except, we didn't make a higher high. So we kind of touched resistance and have sold off, and that continues to be kind of a bearish play. Now we want to see a little bit of follow through here. Otherwise, it's going to be another indecisive setup. Alright, see if Powell moves markets here. Tesla's starting to sell a little bit. Let's see if we can get to under that 690 here now. I'm waiting for what my level is. Once that level breaks, then I'm happy to switch to a shorter time frame to see if we kind of get that low vol pullback. But for now, there's no reason to go into a shorter time frame and confuse myself. Like this 30-minute time frame, I've got a pretty good idea of what we're gonna have kind of going forward. So this candle is telling me bearish to indecisive. So I'm expecting things to either chop and change around here, kind of under 700, under 703, and then or to either get down below 715. 690. I don't expect there to be a big pump. So we're kind of just waiting for either of those things to happen at this point. So 340 is definitely a level here on QQQ. You know, could see bounced off, then sold off through, touched today, and we've had a few times where it's acted as an area of support yesterday. It could be a bit of a half level if we want to chase up, but we're gonna need the same thing, right? Break above, low vol hold, and then a break of the high. The only problem is that you have maybe 60-cent upside. So you're going to need pretty tight low vol pullback here. On the other hand, SPY coming back towards testing this new all-time high. So not quite a doji, right, but a little bit of a reversal candle. Now we're breaking above that. We want to see this candle close and hold above this 418.50 area. We don't chase news volatility, right? Those are usually temporary moves. They're kind of good way to get head faked. Always got to wait for your confirmation, and this level breaking is not confirmation yet. So here on SPY, if we get a low vol pullback on this 5-minute volume bar under the 21-day average, and it holds near or close to this 418.50 line, that'll be nice confirmation that sellers are weak. Then we can look for entries above that high. We're not going to just chase price up here at this point though. Yeah, we sold off right before he started speaking too, so it's pretty funny. But every time he answers a question, there's a new little pump. Not my kind of trade to try to front run him. That's not for me. All right, so maybe we're getting some sellers here on Apple. We always need to see sellers come in and sellers lose before chasing longs. That's how you make sure you get follow through. That's how you get a repeatable process. now we're finally getting some sellers. Let's see how this holds. That's why we always wait, guys. We don't chase. We don't chase. Alright, so on Apple here, this is probably a much higher pullback than we'd like to see, much higher volume than you'd like to see. Pretty much double everything we've had all day, except for the morning. So hard for me to think we're going to have conviction get follow through here. QQQ looks a little bit better. Similar type setup, but we need to get back above 340.80. SPY, almost like a bearish engulfing candle with the volume too. That's a no-go for longs. Really the only setup we have here is QQQ if we want to chase this up. So when I say I filter out trades, do you guys kind of understand that process there? So it's just a huge volume candle, right? Way bigger than we'd like to see. Maybe if it was like 2/3 of the way up on that second 5-minute candle there, maybe I could expect to get some follow through to the upside, but that's way too many sellers. It kind of tells me it's in the balance a little bit. Hard to have conviction in it. You know, compare that candle to QQQ, and you can kind of see that here, distinct weakness. Much more distinct weakness, not necessarily weak. It's not so that the sellers are gaining an advantage, but it's that they aren't giving up. And if they're fighting for things or they're fighting for a position, you're just not going to get follow through. It's just going to be choppy and sideways. It's not enough good, like not enough volume here on this candle on Microsoft. Maybe if it was kind of like those candles at 1440, 1435, we got that much volume, then you could expect a little bit of move up, but hard to think you're going to get much follow through here with that. Switch back to the 30-minute time frame. You get a much better indication of what kind of head fakes we got here today. So why we never chase, we don't chase news. We always wait for our confirmation. Microsoft, all things considered, held up the nicest out of everything. But these kind of volume candles tell me a little bit too much indecision, that it's hard to think you're going to get anything out of this. Not every day, not every week's going to be a busy one, unfortunately. April's been tough. It's been really challenging with just how little action there's been. But it's important to learn how to filter out it's better to not lose money than it is to chase trades, right? You got to understand like what conditions are suitable for you. We're going to get more setups. That's going to happen, but we're not going to chase half-baked ones. It just doesn't make any sense. We're trying to build good habits, sustainable habits, and you don't get that by chasing levels, just chasing up. I want to trade just as much as you guys do. It's boring just sitting and watching the screens all day, but this discipline is what saves you money, prevents you from blowing up, and that's really important. Hopefully the term April showers bring May flowers is applicable to the market too. All right, anyone got any last questions here? I think I'm probably going to walk away pretty soon. right, guys. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get any more setups here this afternoon. I'm a little bit bored, so I don't want to put myself in a situation where I'm gonna just trade for the sake of trading. So I'm gonna step away from the markets now. We'll be back live again next Wednesday. In the meantime, please check out my website. Consider joining this room full time if you want to do one-on-one coaching and you think you're gonna look at the markets more than 2 hours a month, then the trading room might make sense for you. We're live Monday through Friday, same kind of hours like today. Not going to get trades every day, unfortunately. Not going to get setups every day, but hopefully I can teach you guys how to identify good setups, how to build your strategy, and kind of maintain that discipline. It sucks when things don't set up, but that's unfortunately how it goes. Hopefully next week it's a little bit more action. All right, guys. Thanks a lot.